the European Formula Student Season 2025 Formula Student Czech Republic in Most, and we finally are seeing some action towards the starting line of the queue for the track. Today we will have the autonomous skid pad and acceleration, and the first team that is pushing towards the queue is Charas from Göteborg, Sweden. Not a stranger, definitely, to really good performances in the autonomous category, and I'm excited to see what they can do here. While they are doing the last checks, I will take the quick time to introduce ourselves. I'm Jonas Pengel. I've been a long time member of Formula Student team of TV Berlin myself. I've been here a couple times, and I'm joined by Michael and Christian. And we also have an expert on stage who's been active in the Driverless team for quite some time, who's going to answer a couple of questions.
Since we haven't been active on autonomous cars ourselves, and he's going to help us out in case we struggle a bit with the rule set of what is going on.
So the Sweden has here at least 2 driverless cars. This is one of them, and we are pretty interested how it will go on. It will be the first car on the acceleration. That also means that all the scrutineering is done, and it's the first important step for delivering the performance. We can also see Sweden flag. So guys from Sweden, can you wave on us? Oh yes, we have a lot of... Oh, we have even bigger flag there. That's nice. That's nice. We hope you will do well. We are ready. So maybe we have the expert here who can talk to us a bit. So maybe what's mostly used in these cars for the autonomous driving, which devices?
So thank you. A lot of teams, they're using either LiDAR systems or camera-based systems. The Charas car here has a big LiDAR in the nose cone, placed in such a way that you can see the track really good. We'll see whether that will help to get the driver's acceleration as fast as possible.
So, Stefan, you just spoke with Charas. How did testing go for them so far today?
Well, apparently they already counted on some test kilometers. Testing went quite well. They introduced a lot of changes in the car. They told me that the car is way lighter than last year, about 30 kilograms. With such big weight deficits, there might be some issues in testing. But I think they mastered this, and it seems like they passed the pre-inspection, and they're now on to the stage one.
And in general, I think it's their first event this year. Interesting to see.
As far as I know, they have been on the Nordic pre-event before. They were the first track, the first car on track there, so they definitely collected quite a lot of testing kilometers before and afterwards. So yeah, I don't think this is the first time they're driving.
And maybe I have another question for an expert, because it can be dangerous, maybe if the car lost its way. is there some safety systems that would catch the car if something happens?
There's a lot of safety system in the car, and mainly the EBS system, which stands for Emergency Brake System. Every team has to demonstrate the functionality of the system in the Scrutineering. Charas already did that and is allowed to drive here. How the system generally works maybe is of an interest to some of you guys. I don't know if you already have seen those cars driving. We do have an antenna and sender and receiver, which is at the autonomous system responsible. That's a person in the team that is trained on the autonomous system and has proven that to the event. And this person is always able to shut down the car with this big red button, which triggers the brake system and brings the car to a safe stop at all times. The sender and receiver is always in contact, and if it loses connection, the car has to brake as well. So this is how the safety of the system is ensured and demonstrated.
Thank you very much. And I think we are getting there. We will finally have our first run. And I think the run will be faster in the DV than in the acceleration without DV. Is it right? Because of the weight of the pilot?
I guess in theory there is definitely the potential of the car being faster without the driver, but let's talk about that in a second and let's watch the run first.
Yes, and talking about track conditions, so we had rain yesterday, so if there was something on the ground, it's not anymore, it's all washed out, so the tires will have definitely a bit less grip, but now it's nice and sunny, and also what we can expect is that the road at this point is at the worst condition, but it will get better as the cars will be going, and also it's getting maybe kind of warmer, so we would expect the best teams to do the acceleration later, but let's see. And maybe I have another question for our expert here. Who starts the car? There is somebody to push the button, or it starts itself?
Yes, exactly. So the autonomous system responsible is gonna start the car from the outside. Right now he's making sure that the car is in the safe operating condition. Once the car is staged, it has to do a self-check of its brake system to make sure that the brake system is still redundant, still working. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but there might be some issues. We'll see about that.
Okay, I also have feeling that we are waiting a bit long, and maybe is there some deadline for the team, or some time window that they have to start?
I think with so few teams in the queue now, they have some time. Generally, the rule says that you have a minute once the ASR is ready to transition into AS ready, but we are not so far yet. In the end, I think they'll have their time as long as they're the only car in queue.
Stefan, how can we identify that the ASR is ready?
We do have some indicator systems on the car, mainly the ASSIs, RCs. Those are lights, LED strips. I think Charas mounted those to the rear wing, so the front edge of the rear wing. And there should be one in the back, so 3 in total. Once the car is ready, those will be illuminated in yellow.
So here we can see the pressure on the team in the screens. They are waiting as we are, hoping the car to start. Praying. But they will have 2 runs, if I'm right. And since when the run is cancelled? Like, is there some that it counts as one run, maybe?
Yes, exactly. So the car has to pass the finish line, to recognize that itself, and transition into the finish state, which is indicated by blue continuous light on the ASSIs, and the tractor system is shut down at that point. Only then the run is counted as valid. By the way, we'll see how fast they will be going, because you were already mentioning driverless acceleration can be fast. You're in theory much lighter, because, oh, there they go.
In the meantime, it looks like a second car is on its way. Number 44 from Dagenorf.
So this was our first acceleration run. It went well. Am I right, guys?
Yeah, you're right, Michael. A 3.47 is definitely a time that lots of teams are not achieving with a driver in there. So we're definitely getting closer and closer to times that, you know, are only possible with autonomous systems. Talking about times in general, I think the overall best time ever in acceleration event so far has been achieved by TU Delft, another team that is here this year in Most, with 2.99 seconds. So a little bit around a half a second quicker than Chalmers was here right now. But given that this was their first run, I expect to see a little bit of an improvement later on. Line from Dagenorf, Fast Forest. They have also been developing driverless cars for a bit now. I've seen recently that this year they have been in cooperation with NIO, Chinese automotive manufacturer, who helped them with the LiDAR. So let's see how they can do. They are also queuing for the acceleration event.
So, Michael, for Dagenorf, it can be quite interesting because you asked a question earlier if these cars without driver are faster than with driver. And for Dagenorf, it's actually the second event of the year, and they had some acceleration times in Austria already. So it's a good opportunity for us to actually, kind of look into it.
Maybe is there some fans, some team members in the crowd? Can you wave at us? Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, but that's not that much. The Swedish guys had more fans, so I think you should bring all the team members and support the car, send a good energy to take some time. If some of you from the team want to come to us and talk a bit about the car or how you feel, you are free to come. I unfortunately can't go to you because wireless things that I don't understand. So I have to be here with the microphone. But you can come to us and tell us more about your car. It looks like it has very interesting rear wing that is shaped very nicely. I think it's four-wheel drive, but you can tell me more if you come to me. But you can't come because you don't have the dynamic vest. Jesus. But maybe we have one of the microphones can go there. I think it's one or two that can deliver the sound. Let's try it. And I will give you microphone number 3. Oh, hello. Yeah, that's it. So far it works. So let's talk to the team member. What do we get here? So, car number 44.
95.
Oh,
Schwenford.
you are from the Swedish team.
Yes.
So, how was the run from your point of view?
Fast.
Fast, 3.47 if I remember right.
Yeah.
And what's your record, from the past? Was it better?
We just sent it for competition, and this is the quickest we've been here. I'll leave it at that.
It's very nice. And when do you plan the second run?
I think we plan to do a post-scrut and then maybe do another. I don't know. We'll have to talk within the team, and the DV guys will have to decide.
Maybe it's better to go later when the other teams put a lot of tires to the asphalt.
Yeah, I think having a solid baseline and a starting time is good. Then other teams can come and put some rubber on the ground, and we'll work from there.
Nice. And what I saw, you are from Sweden and you are here 2 teams, DV teams.
Yep.
So that's quite nice. How is it possible that in Swedish there are basically a lot DV teams and, as we saw, successful?
I think Sweden has, we have a history of good engineering and good team members, both in the Lund team and the Chalmers team. We work a lot. Everyone, both teams, spend an enormous amount of time on building and making their cars ready to drive and ready for competition. So I think it's having the best people and being able to put them to work.
Nice, nice. And how many cars you've done so far with the team, and which of those has been autonomous?
We have done autonomous since, I think, 22, but we have been a Formula student team since 02.
So you are one of the first in the Sweden?
Probably, but we have 10 years of electric drive now, and 7 years of four-wheel drive. So this year we have a lot of new changes that allow us to do a lot of things better than previous years.
And the biggest change?
We have new in-house developed motors that we have done.
And how? So yes, sorry. How many kilowatts?
Yeah, you'll have to ask the guys who work with the electrical stuff. I just manage and make sure the team is dedicated to getting us here.
So I'm talking to captain, right?
Yeah, I'm the captain of Chalmers.
Okay, so thank you very much, and I hope you do well in the next run and in the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
So now we have here a car E44 and next to it is E76. So we are getting more cars here. Unfortunately, the guys are preparing the car, so they can't talk to me. But yeah. Or maybe someone from the team is in the crowd and want to come to me, and maybe we can guess the time the cars will do, and then we will see how precise we would be. Nobody wants to come, unfortunately. So here under the bridge, there are now 3 cars, and it looks like there's going to be collision. No, everything went fine. And we are on to car E44, following. Now we can see that on car E76, they are lowering the pressures, so they have as much traction as possible. Maybe I can have a look how many. It looks like the scrutineer finds some play in the front right hub. We're gonna see if it is problem or not. And it looks like E94 passed the post-scrutineering, which is nice.
While Chalmers passed the post-scrutineering, we see the next car preparing at the starting line. Dagenorf, as mentioned before. And just to put the time of Chalmers into perspective, and former student Czech terms, we had a look at the time from the winner of last year, which was PT Milano back then with a time of 3.84 seconds. So Chalmers already being 0.4 seconds quicker is definitely an exclamation mark on where they want to be this event. And we see the car from Dagenorf go in.
That looks like the car got off the track.
Line just after the finish line, they went off track. They passed the finish line in 7.22 seconds, but given that they didn't stop inside of the cones, they will probably not get this run counted. Am I right, Stefan?
Maybe Stefan, you can explain why this didn't count.
So I believe this run was manually stopped, either by the ASR or the officials, but this won't count as a valid run without the car coming to a safe stop by itself. And we see the next car rolling towards the pre-inspection area. Car number E33 from Zurich.
Car E95 from Chalmers is queuing right again. It seems like they're going for the second acceleration run. And in the meantime, K Racing, also another team that has been here a couple times, also won the DV Cup here a couple years ago. And they are pushing all the way to the back to the skid pad, which is at the very end of, well, the end of the site here. And we also see a fourth car queuing, as Stefan mentioned, from Zurich, who, well, Stefan, maybe you could put this into perspective again as well for us. Zurich, we all know they have been one of the longest teams with DV technology, and they've also been very, very successful at it. Do you happen to know what sets them apart from the other teams?
Oh, I really don't know. Maybe it's the testing time that they put into the effort, the way how the team works. It could be anything of that. Nevertheless, they managed to win the autonomous and manual Formula Student Germany in last year. So I think they're coming prepared for this event. First driverless event of the season though, and you never know how testing went. You never know how the team behaves this year. So it's in the stars, but I think they should have brought a very competitive car in regards to driverless and manual.
Meanwhile, our scrutineers are doing the last couple checks, the pre-scrutineering. They're checking the ride height, basically where all the aerodynamic parts are. Stefan, can you maybe elaborate if there's any special pre or post check for the driverless?
Actually, I do believe right now and right here the pre and post inspection checks are the same. There could be different ones, especially regarding to the EBS system. So to make sure that the cars remain in a safe operating condition, regardless of what happened on the track, and that the brake system is always able to put the car to a safe stop. I'm not entirely sure which checks are performed here. I think we see the ride height check, check of the wheels. This is pretty normal, so regardless whether it's driverless or manual. But it might be that we'll have some other checks the next days, so the team should come prepared and should come with rules-compliant cars.
Okay, so while we see Dagenorf pushing the car back, we also see car racing on its way to skid pad actually. So it will also be the first run today in skid pad.
maybe I'm gonna talk more about car E33 because it really is work of art, and I'm really excited to see it run and its full potential. So, for example, this car last year had gapped, or this is how we call it in Czech, but it had those fans to enhance downforce, let's say, and it weighed 194 kilos, and now without the fan system they weighed only 174.5 kilograms, so that's very nice weight for DV car especially. What is also very interesting is their battery. That is 6.84 kilowatt hour in energy, so that's pretty nice. Yeah, and the main goal, or the first thing, they are here for the first time. They've never been in Czech Republic, or maybe in Czech Republic, but not on FS Czech, so that's pretty nice. And what is also very nice is new motors that has unbelievably 98% of efficiency, and it's also in-house made. And they run full power on endurance, so definitely keep an eye on them. And if we are talking about DV, there is new system because now they it's not about the DV what I wanted to say, but the torque vectoring system now measures steering acceleration, so it will definitely handle better. And the suspension they are running is pretty unbelievable. It's decoupled all the way, everything heave, warp, and so on. So yeah, it's definitely one of those cars that could win the whole competition. So guys, if you have something more to say for E33 car, you can now.
Not really at the moment, but Jonas, you just had a chat with Chalmers.
Christian, we need to correct ourselves. Unfortunately, in this case, I mean, we already mentioned before that Dagenorf got disqualified in their acceleration run, but also the same case was for Chalmers. Unfortunately, in post-inspection, the ride height wasn't high enough. So the minimum ground clearance of 30 millimeters did not pass in the post-inspection. So what they're doing right now here in the area to prepare the car, they're lifting the car up a little bit, measuring the ride height again a couple times to make sure that they are passing it this time, and then push back to the acceleration and go for their second run.
And that's maybe a good question if they are changing the ride height based on if they are running driverless or with driver. Is it something the teams consider to change for the DV? Because if the car is slower, it should have lower drag and so on. Or you don't know?
Yeah, I think some teams do consider that. I guess the main focus, especially in acceleration, is to have the lowest drag possible. So that can probably be achieved numerous ways for the teams. Usually, ride height is not really counting on that much on the drag. Most teams try to adjust their wing elements, for example. So lots of teams either open their rear elements of their rear wing. That's called the drag reduction system. Sometimes teams even do it on the front wing. But as far as I can see here, on the car of Chalmers, I can see the second wing element slightly being opened.
Yeah, the ride height is something definitely to be careful with, and if the car didn't pass it now without the driver, I'm pretty sure it won't be possible with the driver. So, yeah.
In the meantime, we can see a lot of people going all the way down to the skid pad. So it's not just K Racing that went down there. Zurich also followed them. So 2 teams at the skid pad, no team at the acceleration right now. Dagenorf is also preparing some changes, probably checking why they had to use their EBS in the end. But yeah, so the next action is probably happening down there all the way at the skid pad.
Oh, I'm standing here next to car E95 from Sweden. And guys, what's happening here?
Yeah, so apparently our driver got too fat during one of the acceleration runs since we passed it before on pre-inspection, but it was kind of on the limit. So unfortunately, we can't keep that at time, but now we're adjusting it with some more margins.
Okay, so, and then you go for the second run.
Yep.
Nice. And what do you say on the time you went? 3.47, if I remember right.
Yeah, it's quite a decent time for us. We haven't driven this fast on competition so far, so it's the best time that we've seen competing.
Okay, and what's your plan? So you will go for the second round, obviously, and then you're planning on skid pad today.
Yeah.
And what are the expectations in the skid pad?
We'll see when we get there, I guess, but we're gonna try to send it.
That's nice to hear. And maybe will you do some error adjustments for the skid pad?
Yeah, we will probably close the DRS.
Okay, okay. And are you adjusting also the front wing for the acceleration?
No.
Never mind. That all right. Okay. So so guys, wish you good luck.
Thank you.
And maybe I shall ask, how do you like Czech Republic? It's your first time?
Yeah, this is the first time competing in Czech. Before we only went to, or last year we went to East and Germany, but the experience has been very nice, and I best wishes to you all and to succeed in competition.
Thank you very much. And maybe what's your plans in the future? Which race would you like to come next this season?
So after this we're going to FSG to compete, and hopefully we are aiming to defend our title as one of the best DVT teams in the world.
I hope it will go right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. So currently we're seeing car racing lining up for the skid pad.
What times do you think can we expect in the skid pit?
I mean, last year I think here we had an autonomous top time of 5:08, driven by CTU, car tech, Eforce. Sorry, Eforce.
Yeah, they changed their name recently. Or
Yeah.
basically, let's say, they merged two teams into one, but kept the Eforce name.
Exactly. Took the Eforce name, but also the livery from Kartek.
Yeah, I think in general, I think speaking as a whole, the skid pad times in Czech Republic were usually always a little bit on the slower side here. Or very often that came due to dust on the track, lots of dust, which shouldn't really be the case today since it has rained quite a bit. So I'm actually really excited to see if we can see a 4 from the car from K Racing. We can see the red light flashing on the main hoop of the car. That means that the tractor system will go on. And here we go. 2 laps on the right first. The second one is timed.
That actually looks very fast.
They also got a really solid change of direction. No cones. Car stopping. Run looks valid for now. Congrats.
And for the timing, I think the right corner was 5.0 and left turn 4.9 on average. So it will average around 4.95.
Wow.
That's a very good time.
Yeah, that's incredible. So we've seen basically 2 records being broken here immediately, or at least times from last year, broken immediately with the first runs from Chalmers and K Racing. So it's actually really exciting what's about to come here. Yeah, and there's the confirmation. Overall time of 4.96, barely under 5 seconds. And this is definitely a very decent time to start off their first run. Maybe a question for Stefan. What do teams have to take into consideration for a driverless skid pad? I mean, I imagine acceleration is basically just going on a straight in quotation marks. But here they have to do turns, but also consider the change of direction in the middle of it. So what makes it tough for the teams to complete this discipline?
Well, we're talking about vehicle dynamics here because it's a steady-state corner that the car has to drive, and it's the same with the manual driver. In the end, it's 2 corners to the right, 2 corners to the left. You don't have to figure out how the track looks because you already know ahead of time. Everything is laid out in the routes. You just have to locate your car within that track. And then you can actually follow a planned trajectory, but you have to hit that. So your control systems actually have to hit that planned trajectory. And then you just try to go as fast as you can, get your vehicle model right, get an understanding of your car, and adjust maybe your torque vectoring, maybe your steering input to follow the line that you already could have planned ahead.
So right now we see Zurich pushing the car backwards into the skid pad.
The reason why they're actually doing it backwards is caused by the layout of the track. So to have enough runoff in both directions, and also at the end of the track to give the car time to brake by itself, they have to do it backwards from the other side. But the good thing is that those pushing equipment that they have on their main hoop has to pull and push the car at the same time, so that isn't an issue at all. Seems like AMZ is ready. All the team members went onto their positions on the other side of the track. And there the car goes. Nice change of direction again. And also they made it to the full stop. So it also seems like AMZ Racing got their run valid with a time of 5.12. So on the right side, 5.09, left side, 5.14. Very equal times left and right. This could have been a little more of a secure run there, given that they are 10th of K Racing there. So we are interested to see if they can make a step up in the second run. That Racing is coming off of a massive year regarding driverless and EV, as someone mentioned in the comments. They have won with the same car. They have won both FS East and FS Germany in both categories. So yeah, I think they got a lot of self-confidence, and let's see if they can convert it into a win here as well.
So Jonas, when I look at the times that AMZ was doing in FS Austria, with driver obviously, the fastest time was a 4.6. So it looks like your theory with a more conservative run in general may be right, because it doesn't seem to be the limit of the car.
Meanwhile, we see the boys from Chalmers working on their car, still adjusting a ride height. The car is lifted up in the middle. And now it seems like they're adjusting the ride height with shims, basically spacers, to extend the length of their so-called push rod in the front of the car. And they will make sure that this won't happen to them again, that they are too low.
Yeah, I mean, Jonas, ride height is always a very difficult topic, because obviously when you're too high with a car, you get problems with the aerodynamics, because they also need to be in specific boxes and not too far off the ground. So yeah, they're basically making sure that both of the rules are fulfilled. Hello guys, we are back. We see Charas finishing their ride height adjustment and going back into pre-inspection.
Yeah, it seems this time the ride height they passed, and yeah, I guess with the 3.47 seconds in their first run, I believe that they should at least match the time from the previous one.
Looks like there's some problems. As I just mentioned, it's very difficult to find the sweet spot between the aerodynamics. And it looks like the aerodynamics are in the focus right now, because they may be a little bit too high.
Oh, so now we're on the under end of the ride height adjustment. Usually that's either the front or rear wing that is too high. I can't really tell yet which one it is. Maybe we'll get a sign from the scrutineers. Oh yes, it is the front wing. So the front wing is outside the box, as we say. And now they're pulling the car back to adjust the ride height once more.
But a good thing that it happened actually in pre-inspection, so they don't get a DNF for it.
Yeah, that's correct. And there's still quite some time left today for the acceleration and the skid pad event. So I'm sure they will figure out their problems and get ready for their runs. Yeah, well, Charas is adjusting their wing height, which is sometimes done either on the wing itself, or I can't seem to tell whether they're actually touching the push rods again or if they are adjusting the rings. But yeah, in the meantime, we can also see some action going on the test track. We can not just see it, but also hear it very loud and clear. I can't really tell which team it is right now. Oh, it is C10, Cerber Motorsports, the defending champions actually, from Bialystok University. They've won here in Czech Republic last time, and now they're getting ready for their runs tomorrow. Christian, maybe a question for you, since you've been in the same position a couple times, right? What do they try to test right before they are starting to get ready for the dynamic events?
I mean, you have different things you can do, because combustion obviously starts only tomorrow, so they have some time. The weather today is for the first time as it is, as we expected in the next days. So I would think they actually check something on the setup, so they can definitely do some setup checks. We already know from them that they had quite some testing kilometers this year, so they might be actually very confident in doing setup changes, especially for this track surface.
All right, and Server Motorsports has come to a stop, so we will go on a short break again until there's some action again on the driverless disciplines. had K Racing doing their second skid pad run. Unfortunately, they didn't quite match, or actually they almost matched their time from the previous run. They got a 4.97 this time, so 100th of a second slower. This time fairly quicker on the left than on the right. But yeah, the car seems to be set up quite equally in both runs, so they couldn't improve at all.
Yeah, but I mean, the times are practically identical, right?
Correct. And we've also seen Chalmers pushing again towards the starting line of the acceleration. Started pre-inspection again. They've made some adjustment on their front wings. We saw them adjusting the metal rods that are holding their front wing. But it seems like the scrutineers, just said that it's too high again, so they had to push back.
Yeah, I mean, the last time they were like 1.5 centimeters off on the front right corner. We will try to find out how close it was this time.
There are a few different methods of how to adjust the wings. Some team use adjustable wings that you can lower or rise up. I don't really know if Chalmers is using those as well. I really hope that they don't have to cut a part of the wing. That would be sad. We'll figure out if they can find a solution.
Yeah, so we now also got the confirmation it's still about 1 centimeter off.
Christian, I think in general it's super hard in Formula Student to get this one right. Obviously, you want to, just be as close as possible to the limits to maximize your downforce or aerodynamic potential. But sometimes some teams overshoot it and then they get disqualified.
Yeah, you're right, and it's very unfortunate because it costs a lot of time, obviously, especially in the early stages. We still have 2 hours left. So yeah, let's see what they can do.
We sent one of our commentators, Jonas, off to the Dagenorf guys, and he's going to ask the team what's the issue with the car. After they did not successfully finish their acceleration run, the car has been standing in the dynamic area, and the team seems to be working on the car.
but I think we'll get some information in a few minutes.
it's gonna take some time.
You have many guests so far? Or?
Huh?
You have many guests so far? Or?
Guests?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had. Oh, be ready for the camera. E44, right?
Yeah.
All right, while K Racing is pushing back from the skid pad, probably going to attempt a couple acceleration runs as well, we got Michael talking to Dagenorf on the other side. Michael, what's up with them?
So, we are here with a driver of the E44 car, but the incident that happened there, you weren't driving, right?
No, that wasn't me. That was our ghost driver.
Okay, and if I remember correctly, after the finish line, what happened there?
Yeah, we did the axle pretty well. It was a solid line, but then yeah, it had some issue with the cone detection of the orange ones, and yeah, it drove a bit outside the finish zone.
And did you have to stop it manually with the button, or it stopped itself?
Yeah, we did stop it with the button.
Okay, and how often these kind of things happened?
During testing, like last time we tested, it stopped like it should. So yeah.
If I understand correctly, you don't know why this happened.
Yeah, no, we our driverless guys did a patch now, and we're gonna try again shortly.
Okay, and what's the plan for the next try? You just gonna try it, or you will change something?
Yeah, we did some changes to the code, and now we're gonna try again. Then afterwards, do the skid pad.
Okay, sounds good. So I wish you good luck with the car, and that you will repair it and go for the second round. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Let's see what Dagenorf can do in the second run. In the meantime, we see a couple other cars being in the dynamic area as well. So Chalmers just got their car back on the ground after adjusting. I think they actually adjusted their suspension again this time. So they're going to for another attempt in the acceleration. We also see AMZ from Zurich doing some stuff on their car close to the starting line of the queue. K Racing also just arrived here. I assume they're going to do some changes on their aerodynamics to get the car ready for acceleration. As I mentioned earlier, they're going to try and reduce the drag of their car as much as possible for the acceleration. On the other side of the dynamic area, I can see Milano, the last year's second place, also preparing. They've been standing there for quite some time, but recently I just saw them checking their ride height, so I believe that they will also be ready shortly. Another car that seems to be ready is E63 from Tron Time. Definitely a competitor to look out for as well. I've heard that they have had quite a few testing kilometers doing driverless. So they told me around 100 kilometers almost testing driverless, which is a significant amount. So I believe they're prepared quite well and could go for some of the best times here. It looks like they're on the left side right now, so probably opting for the skid pad. It could be quite a long time till they get there, so stay tuned. While Dagenorf getting ready for their second attempt. They're at the starting line. There's only one person left at the car. Just stepped away now. Seems like most of it is going to plan for now. See the red light blinking, so the tractive system is on. And they're coming back to the car. It looks a little bit questionable why they can't get it running for now. The team doesn't seem to know yet. Apparently, the car is back off. Driverless system off, and they're going to pull it out again. This will not count as a run, luckily for them, as they haven't started it yet. But as the team members are approaching the car again, lifting it up and pulling it backwards, I think it will take several other minutes to see them perform their second run.
cars, yeah, orange.
The buzzer from another team. I don't actually know which team, but this is keeping up the Formula student spirit. Super important to help each other out. The competition starts on the racetrack. Beforehand, it's everybody working together to get the car scrutineered and ready to race.
There actually a limit, a decibel limit that the ready to drive sound can be?
I do think there is, mostly dictated by the racetracks, usually 110 or 120 decibels. The same rule that made our power ground systems obsolete, because the power ground systems were just too loud for the noise regulations of the racetracks.
Yeah, maybe for the people that are new to the competition, the last couple of years, I think since 2020, the rules actually stated that you could use a powered ground effect. So basically, most teams, what they did is they sucked huge amounts of air through their underbody to make it more efficient and therefore achieve ridiculous amounts of downforce. And since the cars just got too fast and were too loud, first competition that banned it was Formula Austria, but all the others followed them afterwards.
Yeah, this is definitely a decision I think everyone agrees on, because it got quite dangerous, I think.
Especially considering the electrical system, because you were pushing very, very high currents through your low voltage battery or your low voltage system. So there were a lot of issues with those powered ground systems, and unfortunately now they're banned.
And speaking of power ground, I think it's also very interesting to see how Joanneum will cope with their loss of power ground effect this year, winning it last year.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see it as well. I mean, as we all know, Czech, we usually try to keep the track as close as possible to the years before, so we track it in GPS, and yeah, just try to set the cones exactly the same as the previous years. So it's very comparable on how the cars perform from year to year, and the record-breaking lap that they did last year of almost exactly 1 minute. Let's see if we can even get close to that this year.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the track is plus minus 4 centimeters on GPS.
That's what we were told, at least, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were told, and we believe that.
Tron Time now passing the pre-inspection and pushing into acceleration. And also Zurich is getting ready, E33, after finishing their skid pit runs. Presumably they're going for an acceleration run. I can see the wings, being in their low drag position. So it's quite certain that they're going for the acceleration run.
Yeah, just a short reminder, the fastest time still is from Fast Forest, 5.5 seconds. Since Charas got a DNF on their run.
the car is getting staged right now. I could see the team members still clearing some dirt and dust off the tires. This is especially important regarding the disciplines where you don't really warm up the tires at all, so you need the grip right away. And this is, yeah, especially for acceleration and skid pits, super important for the best times.
Yes, that is correct, but sometimes you only clean the tires to get more time for the guy on the laptop who's seeing what the car is seeing, so that you can confirm that you're actually on track for a successful acceleration. It's not always about the dirt. Sometimes you just need to buy time.
Oh, so Stefan, you say it's a little bit of a cheeky trick by some teams as well, sometimes?
Yeah, this is basically what he said. I mean, it's a win-win situation, right? Clean tires and more time. So it actually looks like that Tron Time is pushing back from the start line. Can't really see what's happening.
Yeah, Christian, it seems like they still have some issues going on. We are only 1.5 hours away from the end of the time. So I suppose with more teams wanting to get their final runs in, time is, well, not starting to run out, but at least it's getting more tense than before.
Yeah, definitely. Let's hope that this issue is not super big and they can fix it quite quickly. But it looks like they're pushing out completely.
while Tron Time pushed back into the staging area. We don't know the reasons yet, but we can see the car from Zurich, E33, now finally pushing into the dynamic zone for the acceleration event. They took quite some time for preparation. Maybe also just enjoyed the shade under the bridge here, since that's rare. Even though it's only 22 degrees, the sun is already burning. Maybe Christian, do you have more information on why Tron Time had to come back?
Yeah, just system didn't get active, but I think Stefan has a little bit more information.
They actually have a very clean monitoring of all of their device on board, and some of those devices didn't boot, so their driverless computer just wasn't on, and they realized in time they could cancel the run, so it does not count as an attempt. And right now they're trying to investigate the issue on why the computer did not boot.
Okay, we see Zurich lining up at the start line with the DRS open, doing the last preparations. What do you think, Jonas, is their approach?
Well, I mean, we mentioned already that Zurich is usually one of the strongest teams in DV in general. But looking at the acceleration times from last season, actually, in Germany, where they won the event in the end, their weakest discipline was actually the acceleration. So they only finished with a 5.7 seconds there, which would put them on, well, second place for now. But looking at Chalmers' time, there's definitely potential for more.
Okay, car looks ready. Nice. They finished their run. Looks complete with a time of 5.43, which actually is, I would say, quite conservative for what they can do, but we've seen this in the last year also. Like the first run is always above 5, and then the second, at least last year, was below 4. And while we see the Zurich car being picked up by the team members, we see also Dagenorf going into the pre-inspection again. But it looks like they're lining up for skid pad this time.
come
They're
on,
shy,
guys.
they're shy, man.
Never mind, never mind. We will go through.
Okay, we'll go.
So, we are here with one of the team members. Can you introduce yourself and the team?
Yeah, my name is Hans Jakob from Revolve and Tenue in Tron Time. Car 63.
Car 63. So you are doing E63, of course.
E63.
Of course. You are doing DV also.
Yeah, we're doing DV.
And already had some runs.
We lined up for the acceleration, but we had to go back and fix some stuff, and hopefully soon.
Oh, I see your car is there. Oh, what happened? You know what happened? Do you have some information?
I don't have the full picture, unfortunately, so hopefully soon we'll line up.
I was actually talking to them, and they told me that the big DV brain just didn't start at all.
Yeah, I think that happened, yeah, so hopefully they can make it work and we can get going again.
And what's your what do you do specifically in the team?
I write software, so telemetry software and analysis.
So shouldn't you be there and repairing the car?
We got some really experienced guys over there now, so hopefully they can figure it out. If they can't, I can. So.
Of course, I was just kidding a bit. So I wish you will repair your car, and thank you very for the interview, and wish you luck in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So now I'm here with AMZ. Guys, can you introduce yourself?
Okay, my name is Silvan. I'm this year's team captain of the team.
And my name is Jakob, and I'm responsible for the vehicle dynamics control.
Okay, guys, I saw you went for a run, right? Just now, but the time was kind of slow. How is it possible?
Okay, so we did first a safe run to check that all the systems are working as they should, and hopefully the second one will be a bit quicker.
Okay, and now you went for skid pad, is it right? Or you go again for the acceleration run?
So skid pad we already have a decent time, so we go for acceleration now.
And what time can we expect in the fast run?
Let's see, so now we will increase the speed for acceleration, the top speed. So I would expect a faster time. What it will be in the end, I don't want to jinx it for bad luck.
Okay, maybe Captain can give us some time.
We will see it on the timing board.
Okay, so you heard it. We are waiting for the time, guys. Thank you very much. Your car looks amazing, and wish you luck. Thank you. I'm now here with Team Talon member. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, hello. I'm the team captain for this year, Harry.
Hello, Harry. So, I've seen you have nice car. What are the targets for this competition?
Well, to finish all of the dynamic events and with DV or driverless and DV as well, of course.
Okay, now we are here on the bridge because you were looking for your car. Can we see it somewhere?
Yes, I see it. I think it's gonna pass under the bridge right now, and we are gonna go, I believe, to the skid pad event.
Yeah, so you are going for the skid pad first, and why not acceleration first?
We just felt like doing skid pad first. It's the furthest anyway. You have to push quite a bit.
Yes, that's right. The skid pad is all the way around 300 meters there. I get it, but the car is light, isn't it? Or how is it actually light?
Yeah, it's quite light. It's around 170 kilograms.
170, that's for, again, for the driverless car, very nice numbers. Well, are there any other cars different than yours that you maybe like, if you saw them?
You mean on the track or all from other teams here?
Yes, other teams here in FS Czech.
I mean, I think all of the cars on the track right now are really nice looking, and I think it's a huge accomplishment for everyone who is able to get to the TV events today.
Yeah, that's right, because you passed all your scrutineering. Congratulations for that. And we are very excited to see your car running. Are there targets, time targets for the skid pad, for the acceleration?
I think we'll have to see how it goes.
Okay, again, we don't have any time suggestions, so thank you very much and wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. While you had that nice interview with Talon, we can see car E63 coming back to track. They were quite a bit of time here in the preparation area, and it seems like they fixed their issues with the board computer. The push bar is off. A couple people are leaving the car already. They're getting it ready for their first acceleration run.
And did they clean their tires?
I couldn't see it yet. Maybe we'll start again in a second. There's still someone. Yeah, they're fixing the belts right now. So maybe the tire cleaning is on the agenda afterwards to get the maximum grip, and maybe stalls some time as well. Yeah, Christian, you spoke quite extensively with Tron Time earlier. I mean, we heard already that they had around 100 kilometers of testing DV only, which is quite impressive in itself. What else do you think is remarkable about this car?
Yeah, as you mentioned, like 100 kilometers only on DV testing is very impressive. Do you remember the other number? Was it 600, 500?
650, yes.
That also for like a normal car is like, it's extreme. To be honest, I think for a combustion car, fast tube example, we had 1,000 like once.
Yeah. Including all the events, yes. But before coming to competition, 650, I don't think we've ever reached that.
Yeah, that's quite impressive. And also the changes on the car. I don't know if the main focus was on software development, but they definitely did a lot of software development. They completely renewed their pipeline for the driverless. So maybe, Stefan, can you explain how difficult it is to change something that complex completely over?
Well, of course, there's a lot of time that went or that goes into those problems.
setting up a driverless pipe time usually takes multiple years and multiple attempts of actually getting it right. So fine-tuning can always have a big impact. And the big issue with the cars is, of course, that you're trying to integrate so many systems that gain manual performance, systems that gain driverless performance, and you have to test all of the systems. You have to actually manage your testing time, trying to make a schedule, and of course small changes can make a big difference. This is what you see with the driverless car, especially, that you can gain so much time with testing and tuning your control systems. Some teams actually do this here, and they try to adjust their parameters based on what they're seeing in their first run. So we talked to the Karlsruhe guys, and they opened their wings on their rear wing to have this minimal drag as possible. And they were changing some vehicle dynamic parameters. So they adjusted the slip ratio and something more to increase their acceleration as much as possible. Do they have a run yet? I don't think so. So I'm excited to see their first axle run. 3.47 is the time to beat by Charas, and we're really excited.
But just as a reminder, I mean, this time was deleted basically because they got a DNF because of ride height. And I see them actually in this second again, if I'm not wrong, in the pre-inspection.
Yeah, Stefan, I just wanted to add on what you said earlier, that this has actually become one of the major challenges of the DV competition in general, because, you know, back in the day, before Formula SAE in Germany changed their rules, that DVs are now integrated in most of the cars itself. So most of the teams are building. Oh, and the car from Tron Time just went, and it looks super fast from where we stood. Finished the one in 3.43 seconds, even beating the invalid time from Chalmers. That is definitely an exclamation mark. I could hear the team clapping already, so it seems like they're happy. Let's hope they're passing the post-scrutineering so that the run is valid and they can get it counted.
Yeah, especially on their first run. I mean, below 4 seconds, without any safety run. Impressive, very impressive.
Yes, that's impressive indeed. Autonomous acceleration takes courage because you're launching a lot of work that you put in the car. You're launching very fast, and driving in a straight line isn't as easy as it looks. As a driver, you take a minimal adjustment, and the car has to do those as well, and those very, very quickly. So driving in autonomous acceleration at that pace, very, very impressive.
So do we think they are one of the top contenders for the overall win or DV win? What do you think, Jonas?
Well, I mean, personally, I believe so. And I believe they are also very confident in themselves that they can achieve that. And yeah, given the times that they've put in here, the testing they've got, they've always been one of the fastest. You know, they won Formula SAE Netherlands last year manually. Always were one of the top contenders in basically every competition, so I believe they can do very good here as well.
And I mean, they were winning it without power ground effect, right?
That's correct. That is correct. Yeah. On the other side of the event location, we can see Milan just making some more changes on the car, or just putting some last work on it. They've been through or passing through the scrutineering rather quickly, but have been doing quite a lot of work here in the staging area, and then just pushed quite some time ago. And we can also see Chalmers back in the dynamic area, but it seems like they are pulling the car back again. I couldn't quite see what is happening this time.
It seems like in the pre-inspection they've had some issues again, and so they are making some last adjustments once more.
Yeah, again, it looks again like aerodynamics.
Yeah, Christian, this is a classic first event issue, to be honest.
It's their first event?
It is their first event of the season, except the Nordic event. But I think we need to correct ourselves. It seems like they're just queuing for the acceleration instead.
Oh, that's good news. That's very good news. Did they switch their approach?
It could be, I don't know. I mean, maybe they saw that the queue back at skid pad is longer, but or just the push is longer. You know, it takes quite a lot of muscle power as well. But either way, here they're waiting for Karlsruhe. On the other side, they would be waiting for Milan and Talon, who both pushed over to the skid pad. So maybe they just opted for the shorter queue to get a run in. So because as it stands right now, they haven't got a valid run in any of the disciplines.
Yeah, but it's getting quite busy here, right? We have 4 cars now lining up for pre-inspection. Schwenford also here. Number E97.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything from them yet. But let's focus on Milan first, who are pushing into the skid pad, but the other way around.
Yeah.
They're actually pushing forwards and now turning around at the very last second. Maybe they do not have too much trust in their push bar. Or in that case, the pull bar.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you explained it, right? The track layout is exactly like this, to just give a little bit of run-off space. But yeah, it's a clever way to push it in reverse.
Yeah, Schwenford basically being the runner-up last season behind Kartech, former Kartech, now Eforce, and Milan, put multiple third places in, and let's see if they can repeat that.
And don't forget their second place in autocross last year. And now let's see what Milano's able to do.
And the queue up in front here is getting longer and longer. We also see TU Delft staging up. They still got their wheel covers on to not have much dirt on their fresh tires. But it seems like they also passed all scrutineering, so get ready to race.
What? What do they have on their tires to protect them?
It seems like they have some kind of foil, some black foil on there. Lots of teams, you can see more and more teams having custom wheel covers that they basically use to protect the tires and not throw away foil after every single competition.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm getting a little bit nervous when I see foil on tires. Jonas, maybe you can remember.
Yeah, sorry, we got interrupted there real quick. Had to answer a question to your team. But yeah, Christian, I think. Let's have a look at Milan. They are staged. The team members are leaving the car. Again, the time to beat 4.96 seconds by K Racing. Second place, AMZ 5.12.
Looks like the car's ready. Now the blue lights are on.
And the team is coming back. It seems to be that there's some issue with the car. Yeah, this is unfortunate, and this is always the gamble, you know. Like you sometimes wait for good track conditions at the end, or you try to get the perfect conditions, which is usually rather late during a session. But that also means that every single team wants to do that and wants to use the maximum potential of the track. And unfortunately, what can happen is that they need to re-queue behind all the other cars, and we can already see that Delft and Ecourier from Aachen are also pushing towards the very end of the event site, so also towards the skid pad. So the queue isn't getting any shorter.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it got a little bit shorter because Karlsruhe pushed back, maybe doing some adjustments. But yeah, speaking back about tires where we left off when we got interrupted. What's your feeling about foil on tires?
Yeah, Christian, we both had this one session or this one event happening to us where we had a nice testing session, you know, got the tires warm, got them heated up as you usually prepare them for the endurance or the autocross, and then put foil on it. In this case, it was American foil since we were at the Michigan event, and it was quite hot as well. So we pushed the car through the sun, and the foil just burned itself into the rubber, and we couldn't get it off anymore in front of the session. So basically, that what we tried to achieve with that, having the foil on the tire to get it, you know, less dirty, just made it even worse because now we had this slippery foil sticked or glued onto the tire.
And it was before autocross, right? It was actually...
Yeah, it was terrible.
The worst timing you can have. No time to clean the tires in autocross. Stefan, it doesn't really look like there's much of progress in the pre-scrutineering.
Yeah, they're kind of slow right now.
Do you know what's going on there?
Not really. There might be some issues with the car, but I'm not entirely sure what it is. A lot of teams apparently struggling with the aero boxes that are being checked at the pre-inspection. Usually those are done in the post-inspection where it hurts even more that you can't reach those. But I don't know what exactly is the problem with the Charas car. They already struggled a lot with the aero boxes.
Yeah, still standing there, ground clearance getting checked right now.
Zurich car unfortunately has to wait in queue. And I think our other contenders are already on their way to skid pad. There's a very, very long way that they have to cover. But there's plenty of time left and not that many cars in the queue. So we should get some exciting runs in. And right ahead of
That looked like a successful pre-inspection for Charas. I think yes. That would be great news.
very hard to see which car exactly this is, but I think this is AMZ staging for skid pad. I'm sorry, that's not correct. The car we're seeing is, you might have out Delft.
I think, I don't know. We have a couple of cars on the way.
And a beautiful drone shot of our skid pad event might reveal which car we're seeing right now.
It's Talon. E24. World ranking #1. How could you not? Oh, there, off they go.
Looks a little bit more conservative than we once before already seen. We'll see if they're taking cones and they stop.
Yeah, they already started off hitting one cone immediately. The cone didn't fall, so there would have not been a penalty. But it seems like the car didn't quite do 2 laps on the right-hand side and immediately went to the direction change to the left side. So the team decided to stop the car.
This is actually somewhat weird because you know the layout, you know that you have to do 2 turns, and it might be hard to identify the reason why the car took the left turn immediately after the first ride. So they might have to look at their code or their path planning. We'll see if they manage to get another run in today.
Stefan, what do you think would the approach be in their case now? I mean, they know skid pad didn't work that well right now. You already mentioned this could take a longer break to figure out what has actually happened there. Do you think that might make more sense to push directly to acceleration and just have a run there?
Yes, I think that might be a valid strategy here. You already prepared code for acceleration in skid pad. Skid pad didn't work as planned, so maybe just take the exit rows. I believe that they have a lot of systems of data logging on board, so they could have a look at what was actually happening on the skid pad. But as you mentioned, this might take a while, and I don't know if they make it today, so maybe they should actually aim to go to the acceleration event.
So you don't think it's possible in 40 minutes?
Well, it certainly is, but I don't know about the likeliness. It really depends on how they're treating their data, how they're treating live data acquisition. They might have some telemetry system on board, and maybe the guys from the fence already telling what's wrong. We can't quite tell.
And I mean, also uncertainty is how many other cars are in the queue, right?
That's right, but the acceleration queue actually is somewhat packed with the Charas car right now. That is still taking up their time. On the other hand, Karlsruhe here getting ready to do the next attempt.
I am here again with the car E95. I see the car going to the acceleration. Can you comment what happened before? Because I was seeing you here all the time in the Scrutineering area.
Yeah, so during the first run we failed that post-scrut because the ground clearance was too low. We hadn't planned that we have different setups for DV and manual, and we hadn't planned that ground clearance was checked with the driver. So we had to do some adjustments to raise the ride height, but then our front wing was too high. So we decided to go back in the pits to save some time and work multiple people in the car. We shimmed the front wing down, and now we hope to have an even better run than the first one.
And how can you explain that on the before the run the ride height was okay, but after the run it wasn't? So it's some tire pressures. How is this possible?
It might be tire pressures. Yes, we adjust them right before the run. It might also be that it was on the limit on the first surface, and then when they did post-scrutineering, the stick was slightly curved, or we're not sure, but something happened, definitely.
Okay, and can you tell us your favorite part of the car?
I really like the suspension. I'm a bit biased because I have worked on that part, but I think we've done some really good work this year, and I'm excited to see the results of the competition.
Thank you very much, and that would be all. Wish you good luck on your second run. It looks like you passed scrutineering now.
Yes.
So let's go for it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's interesting insights, actually. How can it be okay before, but not after, right, Jonas?
100%, yeah. Super interesting. I guess measuring ground clearance always depends on the surface as well where you do it. So you're trying to get a surface that is as flat as possible. And that's where you adjust it. And that's also where you hope to measure it. So I hope the scrutineers here found the best place to do it.
Yeah, I agree. Meanwhile, we see Delft, the team with the foil-on tires we just mentioned, lining up for skid pad. And they're also pushing it in backwards.
Yeah, you're right. The action is actually heating up. We have another car going on. It's Charas going for their acceleration run right now, while Delft is still staging up. And looking at Charas' first run, I believe that they could have beaten Revolve. Can't actually tell yet. We haven't seen the time. .43 seconds to beat, and we will deliver that in a second. Delft still staging up. The team members are still working on the car, and you know, stuff like this also always takes time, and it takes time off the clock, not just for the team but also for everybody else. And this increases the queue length and makes everybody wait longer. So what we mentioned already earlier with Talon, who are now actually really pushing back towards us, towards the stage, and possibly attempting the acceleration afterwards. Queues are not getting shorter while the action is heating up in the last hour of this Driverless.
But speaking about Charas, their run did actually count, right?
I think so. I haven't seen the images yet. Do you have a time for us, Christian?
No, actually no. We don't have a time yet.
Interesting.
Yeah, normally it's quite fast, the car and the timing, but we didn't get it yet.
Yeah, you're right. Also, Stefan, it seems like we were...
There it is, the timing. It's 3.47 seconds.
Again, that is exactly
it's basically exactly the same time
that
they did in the
exactly the
first
same
run.
time they had in their run that was invalid. But let's check what TU Delft can do in the skid pad. K Racing still leading, 4.96 seconds. Only 2 teams have completed it so far, with Milan and Talon trying it, and Delft goes. Decent entry into the right quadrant. Looks rather slow as well.
Yeah, it's definitely more conservative than what we've seen so far for car racing, for example.
Yeah, but they managed to get the change direction correct. Also after 2 laps this time. One more lap.
Now it just needs to find the exit. Which it does.
Okay. The car went really slow after passing the finish line. I'm not sure if it actually stopped by itself or if it was something else. We will have to see there. But for now, it does look like a completed run for TU Delft. So congratulations to them. Finishing the first run. Definitely, we could already tell that it was a little slower. But looking at how how some teams struggled with it previously, I think just securing a safe run here might not be the worst option, since that's at least going to put them on P3 for now.
Yeah, definitely. Still waiting for the timing though. Let me check.
While you're checking that, Christian, we have Schwenford going in acceleration.
That was close to the cones, right? I mean...
Yes, 100%, 100%. But they stayed inbound, stopped where they're supposed to stop, and finished the run in 5.49 seconds. It's going to put them on P4. Yes, we can still see quite a big gap between the first two and the third place in the acceleration. I believe that at least one spot on the podium is very much up for grabs still. All the times, third to fifth, quite close to each other, and I'm sure Zurich is looking to improve their time of 5.43 seconds in a minute.
Yeah, we still didn't get a time for Delft. I don't know what's going on there, but we will keep monitoring it.
Over here in the staging area. Oh, actually, we were right about Talon opting for the approach of pushing into acceleration after their unsuccessful attempt at the skid pad. It seems like they want to maximize the points for now and just get a secure run-in for acceleration to get some points at all.
Yeah, I mean, this is the strategy also Stefan pointed out, right? It's the safest approach. Just get some timing and get some points secured. And then maybe have time for another run on skid pad.
Yeah, and especially at acceleration, I can only see Zurich ahead of them right now.
So, I am here with team member of car E97. Can you introduce yourself and your team?
Yeah, I'm Max from Mindfun Racing, and we currently don't know what's going on with our car. So, well, I don't know right now. Maybe we get some information on that later on, but yeah.
Maybe we can comment on what's happening or what happened. You went for the acceleration. Was it full beans, full power?
Yeah.
But it looked a bit slow, the car, like it was one of those slower runs to be sure that you have some run done.
Yeah, we had new tires on. Guess we're not had a test run before, and then just doing a safe run.
Okay, so what maybe happened, or how it should look like when everything is fine? Because there was clearly something happened. Can you just tell us how it should go with the lights?
I would say a little faster, the team's celebrating, and blue continuous light.
Okay, we unfortunately didn't see blue continuous light. We hope next time we will. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Michael. Interesting insight again. Let's see if they can fix it, or maybe get a faster run in with their second run. Meanwhile, we see more action at the skid pad. Akan, we didn't actually see if they pushed or pulled in this time. car E9, always one of the really good contenders as well.
I also really like their slogan on the rear wing.
What does it say?
If I'm not wrong, it says radio check.
All right, radio check. But before we head to them, we can see Zurich being ready for their second acceleration run. Their time to beat 5.43, but I'm sure they will want to try to get into the zone of Revolve and TNU from Tron Time and Chalmers. There we go.
Yeah, it looks a lot
good
faster.
launch, good launch. That looked way faster in the first run. Came to a stop just fine. And it's a 3.49 and puts them on P3. That's actually super, super close in the top 3 here.
Yeah, it's super close. It's 600th of a second. Which basically also means that you don't lose that much points, even though you're not first, right?
Yeah, you're correct. I'm sure that lots of these teams are thinking about the overall picture, you know, having, let's look at what Akan is doing for now.
Looking fast. Looking actually very fast.
Took a cone there, left turn.
Now on the last lap.
But finishing the run.
Losing the cone in the exit. Beautifully executed.
But they came to a successful stop. Yeah, this is also very, very interesting because, you know, we see a lot of cars hitting cones every now and then, but then somewhat getting confused and then just having to stop, haven't been stopped manually. But Akan just didn't care at all. The car just took the cone and continued going. Unfortunately, we still seem to have some live timing issues on the skid pad. But I guess judging from our perspective, it looked faster than Delft. So I suppose this could be a top 3, maybe even more. Maybe they dove into the first or the second position here.
Yeah, what do you think is the ranking right now? I mean, we are missing 2 times now. We are missing Akan and we're missing Delft.
Yeah, it's actually tough to tell. I mean, as I just mentioned, I believe Delft is quite comfortably in 4th position right now. But between Akan and K Racing and also AMZ is really, really tough to tell, especially from here, just seeing the event on the screen. So we will have for the results in the end. But honestly, I don't dare to make an assumption there.
Yeah, it's close. It's very close. Maybe it's as close as it's in acceleration.
Next car lined up for acceleration, K Racing. Just finishing up their pre-inspection. I'm sure they're one of the teams that want to challenge for a podium as well. But yeah, as we mentioned earlier, I think for a lot of these teams, the overall picture is the more important one, you know, just maximizing the points overall. So, you know, a trophy in a single discipline is nice, but getting that big trophy home, that is the end goal for, I assume, quite a few teams here.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken with a lot of teams, actually. And I think top 3 is a goal we heard quite often. But also top 10 is heard quite often. But going for the win, how many teams actually said that they're going for the win?
So in the Driverless specifically, I guess we can safely assume that a team like Zurich, who's won driverless events, 2 driverless events actually last year, that's their goal, of course. Tron Time with their 100 test kilometers. I'm sure They'll want to try and go for that as well. So they're definitely going to be a competitor for that.
Yeah, and I mean also the team we are seeing right now, Akan, is definitely one of the teams.
And we shouldn't forget about Chalmers. Chalmers also been always super competitive. I remember their fight last year in the driverless track drive against AMZ actually, and they were fighting on and off, trying to beat each other's times, and it was super close between them.
Yeah, maybe that's a good thing why we see Delft to speak about generally about the competition this year here. How many really good teams we have?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I think people looked at it already, but the competition here has become crazy. I think out of the 10 best ranked European teams right now in the world ranking list, for EV that is, 9 of them are here, which is a crazy ratio. So I'm really looking forward for the upcoming days as well to see the best performances there is in Formula Student right now.
Yeah, definitely. And it will be absolutely packed. We have 68 teams in total. We have DV category, we have CV category, and obviously EV. Do we have a combustion driverless car?
I don't think so. No, we don't have a combustion driverless car. And honestly, I haven't seen one in quite some time, Christian.
When was the last time you saw a combustion car, driverless?
The last combustion driverless car that I remember personally is, I think, even Rome. They had an all-wheel drive combustion driverless car, which actually ran in the end. But also both the teams from Berlin, the HGW Berlin and FastTube, both ran driverless combustion cars in 2019 and 2021. Meanwhile, now the queue for acceleration getting longer and longer. We see 4 teams here already. Delft, now the newest competitor at the end of the queue. It seems like we were right. You know, they put in a safe run for the skid pad. Happy they finished. They are still probably 4th overall right now, and now going for the acceleration run here. And also in the meantime, Dagenorf is pushing back. It seems like they couldn't actually go in skid pad, which is unfortunate to them because now time is really getting tight.
Yeah, we have close to 15 minutes left. I don't know if there will be some extension. Haven't heard anything so far. So yeah, time is getting very close.
Fast Force seemingly being in a hurry, so it seems like they want to push to go for another run.
But K Racing finished pre-inspection. They're going inside for the acceleration.
Yeah, Christian, while Karlsruhe is almost at the starting line, we might also lose some words about the winners from last year, Eforce Prague, who have been in the dynamic area for quite some time, but it seems like they're working on some issues as well. I'm not sure they can finish both the skid pad and acceleration, even if they get done now, but I wish them the best.
Okay, so answering some questions from the chat, we have actually quite interesting question. And the question is, haven't the cars been scrutineered already? Why is this pre-inspection so intense? Jonas, what do you think? Is it more intense than in other competitions?
I wouldn't personally think so. I believe the pre-inspection is always quite intense. And the reason they do it is because a lot of the cars, actually most of the cars, have adjustable elements on their cars. So they can either adjust their suspension, some, as we mentioned earlier, adjust even their wings sometimes. And you also want to make sure that, once a team just passed the inspection, that they just don't do something illegal afterwards. So some things, like ground clearance, are usually ones that are checked, but sometimes, especially after endurance, there are some surprise checks, as I call them, of random stuff that is getting checked as well, that is in the rulebook.
Yeah, thanks for that. I also don't know if it's specifically intense, to be honest. But it's moving much faster now. We have now Talon clearing pre-inspection. We now have Delft lining up and also Schwenford.
And there we go, Karlsruhe, just attempting the acceleration run. It looked and also sounded rather quick.
Yeah, we didn't hear the sound for that long, to be honest. So it must be quite quick, but we couldn't see it.
Yeah, it was the 3.77 and the car standing as well, where it's supposed to be standing after the event. Puts them on P4 right now in their first run. But yeah, that's the thing that we mentioned, with the top three being so close, just getting a time just a little bit quicker could put them already either on first, second, or third.
Yeah, I'm still absolutely fascinated by how close it actually is. Like the top three, like nothing separates them.
Christian, is that also a little bit of a display of what the current limit regarding driverless is?
That is an excellent question. But I think we are not... I think there's always some room for improvement, and let's maybe wait for next year. But I think, we may be quite close, because as you mentioned, what's the top record? 2.9 seconds?
Yeah, that's correct. 2.9 seconds, TU Delft.
So we are basically half a second off what we already know that is possible. So I expect with no driver in the car, in the future, these cars will be even faster.
Yeah. And we should also mention that we got times finally for the skid pad event. So Ecurie from Aachen actually got into first place, 4.92 seconds, setting a strong time. And also, as we expected, Delft to be on P4 with 8.8 seconds. And now, Tron Time, the next competitor, trying to get onto the podium into the top three.
Yeah, let's see if their completely redeveloped driverless pipeline is also able to solve corners.
There you go. That was actually a really rapid start from Tron Time.
They are having some safety distance to the inner cones, as it looks. Oh yeah, taking a lot of cones.
They collect the cone in the middle of the road.
They're carrying it, but still within the lines.
Yeah, congrats to them. It seems like they finished the run. Possibly took a cone there, so...
Could you see how many cones? I think it wasn't only one.
Yeah, I think it was two, actually. 2 cones there. One of the orange one as well, so that's going to give some penalty there. It is a 4.95. Wow, it's actually even closer in the top 3 in skid pit right now, times-wise, than acceleration.
So, top 3 in acceleration, 600th of a second?
Yeah.
And top 3 in skid pad?
500.
500.
Yeah.
That's super close.
Oh no, 400s even. Unreal.
Yeah, 4. I mean, what does it mean for tomorrow? For the track drive? Will it also be that close?
Let's have a look at that in a second, but we can't hear them, but we saw Talon going off of a rapid start in acceleration for a time of 5.37. P5 for now. We've seen this attempt from Zurich as well, putting a 5-point-something time in and then going for a quicker run afterwards. But I guess in Talon's case, as they couldn't finish their skid pit run for now, they might went for the safest option here. But yeah, coming back to your question, I believe the track drive can be super, super close. Staging for acceleration. Now TU Delft. Let's see if they take it as conservative as they've taken it in skid pit. While they're getting ready, we see Dagenorf pushing rapidly towards the skid pit again. It seems like they had to go out of the dynamic area, which for those who haven't been here is actually quite a long walk. And having to do that walk with pushing the car and now all the way to the scrutineering again will take some time. But it seems like they could maybe be successful to put in that crucial run in skid pit.
Yeah, and while we wait, some completely off-topic random fun fact. I think, so we got some information, and we currently think that the last combustion driverless team was actually Napoli in 2023, and potentially 2024. But we need to confirm that.
Yeah, thank you for that input. Do you know what competitions they attended?
I can't tell you, but we will find out.
All right. We'll have that information ready tomorrow.
We have, how many days we have? Until Saturday? We have a lot of time to give this information.
True. But yeah, another Italian team. They want a combustion car, but still want to compete in the driverless category.
Yeah, I always thought this is a very, very interesting approach. You haven't seen it often, as we just discussed. And now we see Delft. Lining up. Jonas, do you see if they had problems with the foil on their tires?
I couldn't really see it, but then again, they also had black foil, so
it's proper European.
Yeah, European foil that doesn't have that stuff in there that glues it to the tires. Maybe that helped them there. But yeah, Delft also very interesting team. The team members now leaving the car, so I'm sure they're getting ready to start. But they also switched their tires recently, right? I think last or the previous season, they switched to the Hoosier tires and were using a completely different make before. Do you remember that?
Yeah, this is something we definitely need to follow up over the next days, right? I mean, they were known for these small 8-inch wheels, and they were basically the only ones using them. And now they also switched to Hoosier.
Oh, it looks like there might be some issues there. The blue lights The ASSIs are off. Team members on the car. It seems like they're pushing it backwards. So moving back over to Skidpad here with this really nice drone shot all the way. I mean, this really confirms that it's quite a long way that Dagenorf has to walk here. And just about there, where everybody is getting piled up, we see the next car staged at the Skidpad.
So we also got another comment in the chat about driverless combustion. And it says
Christian,
Valencia.
Tell me how wrong we were this time.
Please?
Tell me how wrong we were this time.
No. It just comments that also Valencia did it in 2023. But I think we need to fact check everything.
Yeah.
But I would totally believe it.
Yeah, 100%. Tractive system now on. Team members leaving the car. Off they go. A little bit of a slower start, but they're starting to pick up pace here. Solid right turn. Also managed to not hit any cones on the change of direction to the left side. Looks like a clean run for now. And they did it. They did it. It looks slightly slower, I would say, than Aachen. But I'm happy to get corrected there. Let's see where they end up. P4, 5.04 seconds. It puts them right ahead of Zurich and a little bit behind Car Racing. With a little bit of distance, but less than 1/10 of a second, which is still super, super close.
Yeah, I totally agree. And 0.2 of a second faster in comparison to FSG last year. So a lot of improvement.
On acceleration, we see Aachen lifting up their push bar from the car, readjusting the car a little bit. Not cleaning the tires here, in this case.
And I think, Jonas, now you see the Rewing slogan, right?
Yeah, that's actually right. Didn't really see that before, but now it makes more sense to me as well. Radio check.
It's yeah, I think it's actually quite a nice touch for their first appearance here in FS Czech.
Yeah, we've actually seen a couple of teams now that changed parts of their livery depending on the competition that they go to. Ioneum Graz, also a team that comes to mind there that always changes their rear wing livery depending on what competition they go to. International teams also always doing that, or quite often doing that. And off Aachen goes.
That looks fast.
Looked like a successful run. They're also pulling to the right a little bit. Team sounds super happy from where we are standing.
Yeah, they're super excited.
And
Probably
rightfully so, Christian. That's a 3.41.
Wow.
Putting them into the first position here, right ahead of Revolve and Tianu. Will not be happy about being beaten that late in the competition, but as we mentioned before, it's about the long-term goal of winning this event.
Yeah, but it's basically it's 1 minute before the dynamic area closes. And then you get beaten by 2/10, not 2/10, 200th. That must be.
That's definitely rough. That's definitely rough. But let's see if we can get any other cars into the dynamic area.
Yeah, I think Schwenford is also lining up.
TU Delft still waiting for their attempt at the acceleration here.
And no cars in the queue for the pre-inspection anymore. So, but I think we will complete the runs. I'm not super sure, but we still have, I think, 2 cars in the line for acceleration.
Yeah, and also on the skid pad side, I see Dagenorf really managing to get back in. Also with the push-pull method. That's really, really remarkable. So within the last hour, they pushed to the skid pad, saw that there's some issue in the car, pushed all the way back, not just back to the staging area, but back into the pits, fixed something, pushed all the way back to the skid pad, and now they're lining up for their run.
Yeah, but I mean, this is kind of the advantage they had, right? They started very, very early and got through the scrutineering very, very quickly. Still very impressive, especially with this heat.
Yeah, talking about heat, Christian, we only have a 22 degrees and it already feels like it's burning a little bit. But from now on, it's only getting hotter here. So towards the end of the week, towards Saturday, we are expecting 31 degrees here, which definitely could also challenge some cooling systems of a couple cars.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, Czech is always very hard, also on the cooling system, because you have the big hill in the middle, a lot of power needed to get up there, actually. And the heat is just, it doesn't feel like 22 degrees. It more like feels like 30 already.
And I have some news from the organizers. Unfortunately, it is not possible to stand on the bridge. And taking photos there, it's also not possible. I'm sorry. So you have to move down. The bridge is only for crossing the road. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, while the bridge is getting cleared by everybody, we see Dagenorf lining up now for real. Driver getting out of the car. Push bars off. Well, we last couple checks. And Christian, we already have it 2 minutes past 6 now. So we haven't got information from the organizers yet whether the queued cars can finish their runs. But I remember, for example, from last year that they were rather strict about it. So teams that were not in the queue yet, or that were just lined up anywhere but the starting line, were not allowed to finish their runs in the end.
Yeah, but not a lot of teams are pushing out. Delft still standing there. Also Schwenford.
Okay. The car E76 stepped out of the line, if I saw it right. And the reason was that they are happy with the points they have. And we got to run on the acceleration. Oh, that was very close, but no cone fall down.
Wow. Yeah, the same thing as last time, actually, for Schweinfurt. Coming really close towards the end of the acceleration on the right side, but improving their time to 4.84 seconds, putting them ahead of Talon now in 7th place. I'm sure they're more than happy since they already got like 6/10 compared to the last run here.
Yeah, in general, it's super remarkable. We have 9 teams already, and 6 in Skidpad.
Who would have thought, after a rather slow start to the sessions today, it took ages until teams got ready.
And now let's see what Dagenorf can do. Jonas, do we know who's in the business plan finals?
I haven't got the information personally, but well, we know for one team, K Racing, who are now pushing out of the dynamic area. They're happy because they managed to get into the business plan finals, starting at 6:30. Unfortunately, not broadcasted by us. But yeah, excited to see who wins there.
So will that be the last run of the day?
It looks like it will. The last car on the skid pad and also last car on the acceleration. This is the last 2 cars. And E44 just started pretty slowly, but it's
very
going.
Carefully. That's 1 cone, that's 2 cones, that's 3 cones.
Oh.
But they're still going.
Finally some action.
Oh, that's more cones. But they're still going. Teams didn't have to press the brakes yet.
Yeah, super impressive that the car is not getting confused.
It seems a bit confused actually, but... And now for the left-hander. And this is better actually.
Incredible, yeah.
The left-hander is going...
Let's see what it does with the cone on the track.
I think it will crash it, of course.
Yeah, but it pushed it off the track.
Which is
and
nice.
Now we only got 1 lap to go for Dagenorf, E44.
I would say there will be no other cone. Oh.
Ah, it finished.
It didn't finish, it looks like.
Right in front of the line.
That's pretty unfortunate. Even though a lot of cones has been crashed.
13.47 seconds. Yeah, that was actually quite an incredible run. I don't think I've ever seen that the team, hits so many cones but keeps on going. Yeah, impressive. It's just unfortunate that they got DNF'd at the very end.
Yeah, but
by not stopping where they're supposed to stop.
It's a very robust design as it looks, from a programming point of view.
Guys, have you seen anything like this? Talking about skid pad, finishing the car, even though it crashed so many cones. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, definitely. But now let's have a look at Delft at the acceleration. And they are...
It looks like D and F for Delft, unfortunately.
They went super slow.
And the car was not going straight, if I saw right.
Yeah, it seems like the team might have stopped it manually just after the finish line. Which is really unfortunate for them. I mean, obviously the goal here was maybe the same as in Skidpad, to get a run-in, a secure run-in, and just take home a couple of points. But now with that DNF, I'm not sure they will be able to restage.
I think this was our last car, last attempt of the day.
I'm not sure about that actually. There's quite a few cars still lining up at Skidpad, and we haven't heard the information yet that the sessions are finished yet. So we see some scrutineers going along the track, telling Delft to push the car backwards. But yeah, quite a few people still at the Skidpad. So I can't tell if they are really coming back or if they're still getting the cars that are lined up ready to race on Skidpad.
Jonas, do you see how many cars there are?
Can't tell from here. I saw in a shot earlier that there were like 2 cars or so. Milan was one of them, definitely. We see them earlier in the Skidpad attempting, but they didn't actually start. They didn't go running. So maybe they can do it now.
I have the information from the organizers, and all the cars that are in the line to the Skidpad will be going, so or doing the Skidpad. So we're gonna wait for that and see how they do.
All right. So that's at least 2 more cars giving us action on track. Let's see if the top 3 changes anything by that.
Let's see how much time it will take. I think business plan finals will happen here on stage, and we need to clear everything, right?
That's true. Milan now pulling their car into the starting line of the Skidpad. At this point, I'm sure they are just happy to get a run in at all.
I was happy to talk with Milano today, and their car is this year 88 kilos lighter than before, so now they weigh 187 kilograms. And I was also asking them about their battery capacity, and they have only 7.2 kilowatt hour. Last year they finished second, if I remember correctly. There was final here on endurance.
Yeah, you do actually remember correctly. I remember from last season that they had a fight with CTU going on, and even after the track drive, both of them finished it so similar that they did not know at all who was going to end up on top. So they really had to wait for the results from the efficiency event to see who would win in the end. And unfortunately for them, at least, it was the team from Prague, and not them who finished second.
Also, what is new on the E90 car is camera. They have different camera. Before they had 2, now they have 1 camera and 1 LiDAR. So let's see if it helps. On their second run, if I'm right. So everything looks ready. And E90 will go for the skid pad. Red lights flashing. This is strange, am I right?
I'm not sure. I feel like quite a few teams, they've taken some time, even after Tractor System 1. And here they go, Milan. Took their sweet time, but they are running now. Looking decently quick.
Yeah, it's looking pretty fast. No cones down. Oh, I just...
Oh, yep, you jinxed it. There's 3 cones for them there. They're still going though. Oh,
ow.
Still going.
It's
Still going.
They caught it back.
And actually
they finished
it. Finished the run, taking like what, like 10 cones. It seems like this time, unlike a couple other cars that we've seen before, the car actually did get confused by cones laying on the track, or in that case, not being available on the right side. But surprisingly, they still managed to keep going, and also good call by the person there in charge of the EBS, the brake system, to not pull the car out, too quick and let it finish the run. So now they run in with a time of 6.01 seconds. There's obviously going to be some time added there because of the cones, but it seems like a successful run for now.
Unfortunately, we don't have replay, but when I remember the run, it was very interesting because at one point the car was going straight out of the track. I thought it won't be possible to come back, but maybe the new VOV camera helped there to put the car back on track. And it looks like we're gonna have 3 more cars. That's gonna be pretty interesting with organizing everything because, well, we're gonna see.
Yeah, so we see Zurich lined up, going for the second skid pad run. Talon and also E63 from Tron Time, who just got beaten by Akan recently, and I'm sure they're especially eager to take over the first position there again once Milan clears the track and the other cars have finished their runs.
So the next car on the start, we don't see it, but it's there preparing. Should be car E33 AMZ from Zurich. Or E90. Let's wait for it. Okay, I was right. It was E33. It looks like they are lining it up. Oh, now we are doing a stick of ride height test. If the ride height is enough or not too much. And yeah, E33 is pretty light car. It weighs only 174 kilos. With DV system, as I said earlier, the generation before this car, they had fans. Also, for example, Joanneum had fans. And unfortunately, this year, they were banned. So at least it's quieter here now again without the fans, because if you remember, the fans were pretty loud. It sounded like turbojet. Anyways, the main goal for this car was to reduce weight. And they are also first time on FSCZ check. So, for example, the car has new cooling, exchanger specifically. They have new design, which gave them 20% less area of the exchanger and 20% more heat power. So that's pretty nice. They have also new self-designed motors with 98% efficiency, and they run full power, so on endurance, for example. And the battery is only 6.84 kilowatt hour, so it's one of the smallest EcoPack that I've seen here so far. And also, so how many kilowatts has one engine? At this case, it is 43.5 kilowatts. So the Fisher engines that has less is worse. So yeah, it looks like we are going for the run. We expect pretty fast run because they are very experienced in DV, because they are building it since 2017. So it's their 8th car. Also, the recuperating power is pretty interesting because they are able to recuperate 105 kilowatts. So let's see how the run will go. We got red light flashing. And here we go. It looks pretty fast. One of the faster runs we got here. No cone, crashed. And here we go on for the left-hander. First round. And let's go for the second. We are almost at the end, and it's pretty fast. And here we go. Nice. Maybe we can applause a bit. Yes.
Wow. Yeah. 4.91 seconds. That puts them in first place. First place at the very end of the session. Definitely something that Aachen didn't hope for, but Zurich certainly did. And also quite the improvement. They scrubbed up 2/10 of their previous time.
And again, super close.
It looks like we have 2 more cars in a row. Let's see if they let them do the skid pad discipline. And also on the left, we can see the Italian car going back to pits. So at the meantime, we are gathering people for the finals of business. And maybe we can chat in the meantime with some of them, maybe with you. From which team are you?
I'm from High Speed Karlsruhe, E99.
And you are going to the finals, am I right?
Yeah,
so
very excited, very nervous. It's our first time since quite some time that we are in the finals of business plan, and we are just happy to be here.
And which idea got you there to the finals?
Sorry?
The idea, business plan idea. Is it what you do, guys, or?
We are selling electric drivetrains to luxury yacht manufacturers. Sounds a bit abstract, but more on that later.
Okay, we let it on the later discussion. And how is it going so far? How do you like Czech Republic here and so on?
Well, our team was here last time in 2018, and we are really, really happy here. The event is awesome, and the campsite is nice, the toilets are good, and that's really important. But in general, the weather's nice, the location is awesome, and the people are just great. We like it.
And also something about your car, in which category you participating, DV also?
We participate in the EV class, and it's our second year since a lot of time that we are EV. So there was a lot of development in this car this season, a new monocoque. First time that we are going all-wheel drive, and we started and worked really hard on our DV system, which sadly didn't make it in time in the car, but still a lot is there, and in the future we hope that we are able to get it running. Maybe next year at Czech.
Okay, I'm happy to hear it. And if I understood correctly, last time you were here, it was with combustion car.
Exactly.
And do you miss combustion car, or you love the electric ones you have now?
Well, when driving the combustion car, it's a lot of fun. The shifting, the noise, the vibrations, there's so much going on. It's so much emotions, and so it is its own kind of enjoyment that you get out of there. And now driving the EVs, it's interesting because it feels different. It feels in some sort easier because you don't have to shift, but it's also more difficult because the acceleration is so dramatically faster. And it's unbelievable to see where how Formula Student developed over the years and at what point we are at right now and what performance all these cars, also from the other teams of course, are able to show on track.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's amazing when you see the car almost bending the rules of physics when it's going on skid pad, for example. Thank you very much for conversation.
Yeah, thank you much. Have fun.
Thank you. Now we have car prepared on the skid pad. It's not the last one. The last one will be after E24 that we can see now. And let's see how it will go. Guys are preparing the car still. Let's hope they will run just fine. So the car E24, we can see the pilot going back to the car. So it unfortunately looks like they won't start. And we have here the boss of business plan, Philip. So we can talk about following program. So what's going to be happening here in 5-10 minutes, maybe?
Yeah, so it's going to be the business plan presentation final. In the past 2 days, we successfully completed the initial procedure for judging, and now the best 6 teams for EVs and 4 teams for CVs will do their presentations. But we want to spice things up a little bit and really find out whether the teams can work under pressure and also prove to us that they do know their business idea, their pitch, and overall have good knowledge of finances, etc. So we shortened the format from the initial 10 minutes to 4 minutes only. This way, you know, it's going to be quicker, swifter, and hopefully also more exciting, entertaining. Also, I apologize for the slight delay. It's force majeure, you know. I mean, it isn't, but you know what I mean. And yeah, I hope everybody's as excited as I am, because I'm very excited. Are you excited?
Okay, and was there some idea that caught your eye in the business plans?
I'd rather not say, because, you know, no favoritism, but I mean, the teams that are here have proven that they have great quality of their financial thinking, their concept. Overall, you know, the novelty was very good, and the originality of how they presented, how they came up with their solutions, and, you know, the analyses, you know, all the boring business stuff was also very high level. So, yeah, every team that's in the finals, you can congratulate yourselves, because, you know, you've made it here to the big stage. And yeah, great achievement to everybody tonight.
Okay, so thank you very much, Philip. That was Philip from Business Plan, the boss of Business. Or explain, what's your position actually?
No clue. I'm just the person responsible probably this year for business, like preparing the documents, responsible for the scorings, that's it. Doing the briefings for the judges, and overall having fun with the teams in the tents and on the big stage.
Okay, so if I understood right, you were in the team before?
Oh yes, I was at Formula Ostrava up until 2022.
Okay, and you were doing business there?
I was, and I liked it very much.
I see, I can see that. And maybe when you were there, you won some business plan, or what was your favorite business plan that you made there?
Probably FSCZ 2022, because, you know, running up the stage, you know, on a home race, it always feels good. I mean, that time it was my first times running on stage. Sadly, also last time at, you know, FSCZ, but nevertheless, it's probably my favorite memory overall for my years at Formula student, and also one of the reasons why I keep coming back.
Okay, thank you, Philip, and enjoy the evening. We will definitely hear you in the following program.
Thank you, and yeah, let's have some fun, and thanks for the opportunity to speak on stream. You're also doing a great job, I see.
Thank you, thank you. That was Philip. Applause for him. And another car looks like to be almost ready on the start of the DV skid pad. The last one. So let's see if it will finish, because unfortunately that was not the case with the car before this one. So let's see. There is still Scrutineer standing next to it. So hopefully everything's going to be right. So the car flashing red, so we're gonna see the start in a second, probably. Before I thought this is very strange, why the car is not already going, but as we see before, it's pretty normal actually, and now we go. The run is pretty fast. It was actually looks like it's running on big slip angle. It's pretty unbelievable. Oh, that was too fast, unfortunately, but only one cone. Let's go, let's finish it. Even with one cone missing, the car finishes the run. Nice. So this was our last car. Unfortunately, we don't see the time yet, but this is where we're gonna end today with DV. So Jonas and Christian, we can end it here maybe, I think. So yeah.
Yeah, Michael, thank you. You're probably right. I mean, they took 2 cones, so I don't think they're going to beat the time that they have had previously. But yeah, what a day it was. The last car, more than 30 minutes after the session was supposed to end. But super, super intense session. The top 3 being super, super close. And acceleration, as you can see, first 3.41 Ecurie Akan. And then we got Tron Time and Charas right behind him. And the results were similarly close in skid pad, with Zurich just taking over first position right before the end of the session, being the 3rd to last car. So all of this just, yeah, gets us really hyped up for tomorrow for the track dive, and then also for the manual driving. So I hope you enjoyed it as well. You feel free to stay on the stream. We're going to have the business plan finals now. And yeah, I think Philip already told you enough about it. And see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.